I'm feeling a lot better, so I think we'll go ahead and stream this afternoon. Well, stream with me, I mean. All right. Let's continue. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Palpamo was my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before the end. You think I don't know that? I know, all right? I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Pieter was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Palpamo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Well. Quest complete. Another brick. Orchestration roll is added to the orchestration list. Playing the recent events have shaken Orphino to the core. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and appraise our companions of all of this. Pray, make your return there. Make your way there at once. I will send word to Easterla and others of our imminent return. Why is my forehead supposedly green? oh yes, I'm a holy man. The Rising Stones. Hey there, LSC. We've had a rough day. I love you too, kitty. But my arm's got a big hole in it. 'Twould seem me bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilbert. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I'm certain Papamo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of the master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions.
It mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Kyle, I have need of your assistance.
Yes, of course.
We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight.
Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to make sense of that very much through the barrier, but I shall certainly try my best.
As shall I. Let us be about it, then.
What? Without so much as to buy your leave?
Pray forgive Arcani Stoller her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light.
Perhaps I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Palpimo's sacrifice.
Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at a far too dear price for us to squander it. Stutter. The Forage of Fate, Part 1. And yet it continues on. The interminable wait for news from Gridania seems to be taking its toll on LSA.
Pietro, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... Communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course, our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will shortly reconvene. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As for Istola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to aid his expertise to proceedings. To add, rather. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well, then I suppose we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands, and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Mm-hmm.
Quest accepted.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man! Are you all right?
It is a good idea to stop and eat every so often.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
As I just did myself. I appear to have gone the wrong way. Alright, I was right. Just making sure. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
Quite.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Indeed.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
That doesn't sound good.
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
Especially not good.
We could face another calamity.
Quite.
So the Primal is awake, then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Yep.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend.
An alliance between the Garleans and,
As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
That's kind of what we do.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Right.
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
He makes a convincing case.
He makes me grind my teeth, is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
What other choice do we have, really?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
Blah.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you...
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My blade is yours.
My eyes crossed and didn't notice that there was another line there.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least of them among how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Cid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. I'll say it's already on our way, and not due to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Pieta, Afrino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance and the thought of the man poking about the workings of the ship without proper supervision, it does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Afrino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. I believe that the sun just went down. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Carteneau? Might I ask you that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It seems wise to gain as much an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Sorry, hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right, when Alfino speaks of his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we shall reconvene at the Rising Stones. And apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Istola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Pieter, pray accompany LSA back to the Rising Stones. I feel safer knowing you're present to entertain our guests. Yeah, sure, why not? Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with a girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Yep. You're traveling with Master Garland, sir? You're traveling with Master Garland, sir. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Yep, let's travel to Mordona. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then?
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boilmaster, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
Yeah.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
May they flee before us. Peter, wait. Could I speak with you for a moment? What would you like? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Yes, actually I do. You got clothes for me? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have a look at it before you left. Here. Alright. You can try it on right now if you'd like. Of course. Well, this is very proper. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? It works great. Oh, you're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is... Well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also suit a blood pact charm to, bring you home. And may it always protect you. Excellent. My 14th Amicable Master. Dear me, how risible must be. Perfect previous 13 iterations have been. I've designed a more efficient water heater, and the time it took the ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. Ida's eyes shine with a kindled determination. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'd feel a lot better if I was doing something useful. Well, I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Fernand, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Ishtola in cryo. A fine suggestion.
The rest of us will form the Cotonou expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Pieter, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of security. Ho 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 ho!
Bon.
The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready.
And still we haven't finished Heavensward.
We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cotonou before Gastineau. Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we'd best be on our guard. Given that Aline Roel is still alive when Omega was discovered, we can be sure the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it an obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Let's go.
Now, where was that? Ah!
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course.
Wait.
It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes, but how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
What's wrong with that guy's nose?
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but
I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Good stuff.
No holding back.
Your defense is lacking.
It's my right to strike.
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
You watching, Pabalino?
And open.
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel.
I was going to say that was a little too easy. Surrender, we have you outnumbered. Surrender, we have you outnumbered. That's the right voice.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I could lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. What? Oh, that looks like tons of fun. Behold the Red Baron. Now, end this nonsense. Yes.
What the? No one told me they have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire.
The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fates. Pray attend to the rest of the minions. Yes.
Watch out for the big one. can't just run off. Desertion in a battle is punishable by death. How do you stand your ground? Come back? Please? Okay, that's not anything I understand, so...
No retreat. No surrender.
Solid steel!
Got him. You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words. It'll be you who rules this day. Yes, we will rule the day. That's true.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well,
Wonder if
I
the
understood
Essence
less than
had
half
done
of
this
that.
path.
So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Right. It's not like the Essenes could have set this whole thing in motion. It's not like this entire thing could not have been the way that the Empire, the original Empire, the Allied Empire, fell or anything, right? Is there any other way?
I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
So why did she have to hit the button? I don't care what she had to hit it.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
What the heck is that? Alamigo Primal, huh? Type of green dragon. And there's Omega, which looks very scary. Green versus blue. And did that just destroy Gridania?
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
Possibly it lost.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
Yeah, I understand. It lost.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Is there still a Gridania? Oh.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Tetsu has faded. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Now let's go to Gridania. Oh good, Gridania's still there. I was a little worried. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, the next it wasn't. Makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves. Soon. Often has a look of a man with much to say. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling toward the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. The sun just rose. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait. We must first... Oh, Elder Sidsi is expecting us. Worry not, Orfino. Costello and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. Oh, sorry. You will safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste to the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Yeah, sure. Quest accepted. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right, let's continue. Lotus stand, that I believe is, oh wait, that away. The Elder Seeds here await you within. Now let's go to the Lotus stand.
It would seem Garland's little friend was as good as his word.
My friends, fully eager have you awaited your return. A few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done.
You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold?
We succeeded in waking Omega, aye. But we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed.
What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. I can tell you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set upon each other over the skies of Gir Mambania. The primals might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would rend asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While among most could think only of Bahamut, while looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature from the far eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabinian side of the border.
Aye. Which is why we have sent our main force, under the command of Marshal Turupin, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the Council is adjourned. Well, that explains a lot of things. A few things. I'll wager this flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue.
Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is one of but several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Guralbania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given the inevitability of imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamega might finally be wrested from Golomon's grasp. That would be very nice. Oh, you must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Ishtal and the others have gathered at Aramish's Spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. Go. It is decided, then. Lead on. To the Hawthorne Hut, then. Now, you know what? I'm actually going to use the bolt. Happen to be heading across the lake to Sweet Bloom Pier in the East Shroud. Yeah, let's go. I'll purchase your ticket for $0. I'm feeling like spending a lot of money. What can I say? What say you, Ishtal?
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
Oh. That's not good for the Garlemans.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
Quite.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
Oh, let's shall.
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
Yeah, she's not doing so hot.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. She was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Obvious why she never told him. Oh, my goodness.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
And so Ida and Palpamo both fall.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she had scarce begun to come to terms with Palpamo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she'd resolved to walk. Bon. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We've quite the story to tell Tataru and my sister. Is that ending credits? Sounds like ending credits.
It is ending credits. Alright. Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a toothpick. My teeth are bothering me.
Children of the land, do you hear echoes of truths that once rang clear? Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames that burned full bright soon fell dark. Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart. One soul's cry, a passion welling sacrifice, a final plea to her kin. Yet this bond of hope by treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
Alright, well, I'm just going to let this music play for a bit. Go back.
Swelling over long seas of blood are a song, and death an afterthought to those who fight for naught. Alone, lying
Great music, of course.
children of the land and service. Why must you turn to empty bliss? Tell me why break trust? Why turn the past to dust? Seeking solace in the abyss. Tell me why create a circle none can break? Why must you let go the life you were bestowed? This I fear I'll never know.
and solid. Enough said. Get more pretty music.
Just jamming out some music here. Aha! Okay, on to the next story then. You may have mentioned, but Alfina has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way for Albania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those who one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quest complete. Alright. On to the next game. Quickly, march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No, that's totally the wrong voice. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No folk will dislodge me. Well done, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's wall has fallen to the Orzian Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me that Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Most interesting, indeed. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Edge of Fate Part 2 is completed. Alfino is a man with a great deal on his mind.
The question is, How will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Indeed. Does look rather disturbing, doesn't it?
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
Aha.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
As if you asked to ask. I ain't got nothing else to do.
Thanks.
Sure, I'll help you.
It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
That's a good thing I'm going as a dancer then, since you'll both be there. Lots of healers.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
Oh, I was going to suggest what's her name, but sure. You
None,
can do it.
my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Quest accepted. It definitely was different music, so different music for Stormblood. I'm guessing that's the new one.
Ready, my friend? Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Probably.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kosetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
Those of us are still alive.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
A 1,000 malms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors met with success. Shall we then?
Wait, not just yet. I know I'd forgotten something important. Lisa, could you come with me?
Me? What now? All right then, if you insist.
I'll put you in some new clothes, yay!
Maybe we'll have some slightly less ridiculous shorts on.
What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose. An outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lys.
Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I will have to stop introducing you as the silence receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress.
It's lovely, Tataru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels.
Then onward to Girabania. Our first stop will be to Almeris' spire in the East Shroud.
Triumphant music plays. Dragoon barding.
All are present and accounted for.
When you're ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed to Gir Abania.
Let's go.
Ah, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon everyone, or someone, to escort to the wall? To Castrum Orients? Yeah, let's go. La Fringes.
Nice.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Gir Abania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Stormblood. For the salvation of the Alamegans.
Pretty music.
The tune to the Aetherites.
Talk to me, robot.
Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Orients.
Thank you, General. We're relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then?
None. Save for a few skirmishes between our Scarts and their patrols, we've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall wasn't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald is not like to let such a show of defiance go unanswered.
It was a declaration of war, even if it were not Ilberd's to make. And now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. But what would you have of us?
As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without support and cooperation of Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance.
Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear.
Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Of all the Castra in all the world, you walk into mine.
Master Garland, what brings you here?
A certain missing Allagan weapon and draconic primal. Omega and Shirnu. I think the Shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which has singularly failed to do. Then, 'tis like Omega fell to earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them, assuming we should hurry up and find it, regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If you want to press on to Gir Abania, we need their blessing.
Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Seems to be a story here. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence.
Their headquarters are located in a place called Ralger's Breach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Velodina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me, and we'll be there before you know it. Well, my traveler, my name is Chocobo Porter. Don't tell me it's your first visit to this stop. I'll update my register with your name so you may access this location in the future. Yes, that's right. This dragon can't fly. Yet. Don't have the winds down. Still with me? Good. From here we'll head northeast toward the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. Alright. They're wondering about the tower to the south. It's part of the Castellium Veldina. It's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore, honestly. You can see that rotten banner from absolutely moms away. Oh, they never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. So in 30 minutes, the sun should rise and we'll get some different music here. Oh, goodness. And the sun has risen. Still very
dark here. It's awfully dark for 6 a.m., even with a storm about. Keep forgetting I have the ability to peloton. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Raga's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there's some sort of trick to this? Oh, indeed. A glamour. Good eye, Istula. I take it that they have talented mage in the ranks, or perhaps an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Carleans. Well, before we go in, I don't know if Tataru's told you, but my friend Naago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way. And, don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Sure. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. And now here we are at Raga's Reach.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Raga's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
I heard a little bit of a sitar there. You'll forgive us our precautions. We couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see now, I see you now for who you are, though, the scions of the Seventh Dawn. What is the purpose of your visit? I would like to give you a proper welcome. Now, I know you have not come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, shall we? Come with me. Am I traveling? I interested you in the Chocobo Porter? Oh, don't tell me. You're just stopping by because it's your first time. Beetle glue! There's nothing about that doesn't sound wonderful. My point is ready, sir. Excellent decision, sir. Ventures are my specialty. Thy will be done. Let's adventure. If you know able crafters or gatherers, I'd be thankful for the introduction. Usually doubles handled on level 50 or 60 or above. That's as good as I have right now. And there's that. Or that. Or that. Alright, let's see. You've attuned yourself to ephemeral shards of Raga's Reach. Bridges Gate is now accessible. It's an Aethernet destination. Well, there's just not very much here, is there? Alright. That's actually a lot easier to navigate than Ishgard was. Which it should be. I mean, it is like a resistance place, right? So. When first we met in the Shroud, I took you for just another adventurer. By Ralgar, I can see. I can't believe how far you've come.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralgar's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monargo told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Ralgar it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
That's complete. Nod is pondering how best to make use of your leisure.
So it would seem we find ourselves in a surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me. You are free to look around Ralger's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. I'll give you a better grasp of your current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we'll do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. But free to poke our noses wherever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. I was doing that already. Well, I already know this place inside and out. I'll show you around if you'd like, Pietro. Sure. Great, let's get started. Quest accepted. So since we have a new game we're playing here, let's see. Nothing special. That's nothing special. That is nothing special. And where's that? This, however. Let's go here where east meets west. See what kind of outfits we can build. I guess creates is a better word than build, but whatever. Redland Rose is a choice task for his prized protege.
Peter, just the person I was hoping to see. I trust you've been keeping your needlework as sharp as ever. And of course you have. You didn't become my foremost protege by slacking in your studies, now did you? Anyhow, I was just on my way to meet the most promising prospective business partner, and I believe he'd be the most interested in making your acquaintance. The man in question is a young master of Datatenia, purveyor of international fabrics and garments in Kugane, far to the east. Having recently taken over the family business from his father, he's traveling the world to see new fashions and trends that he might introduce to his homeland. An admirable goal, would you not agree? I get to present the guild to our client in the best possible light. He gets to meet one of our finest, and you get a rare first-hand look at Far Eastern needlecraft. I dare say there's something in it for everyone. So, what say you? Well, of course. That's what I like about you, Peter. Why don't you go on ahead and give our man a warm welcome in Uda? He expressed an interest in seeing our markets. I propose that we meet at the Ruby Road Exchange. I doubtless recognize him by his traditional Eastern garb. Go on. I shall be with you as soon as I've tied up a few loose ends around the guild. Marvelous. Alright, I'm looking for someone who's dressed Eastern style. Hey there.
Yes. I'm Kame of Datatenia, purveyor of the finest kimono in Kugane. Do I have the honor of speaking to Redland Rose of the Weavers Guild?
Good night, Peter. I see I had no trouble finding our esteemed guests. welcome to Adar, Master Kami. I am Redolent Rose, and the honor is all mine. This is Peter Krolinsk, one of the most talented young weavers I've personally had the pleasure of training. I trust you've had a chance to take on the sights a bit. Well, should you have any questions regarding the Eldar custom and fashion, at any at all, Peter here would be all too happy to answer them. Isn't that so, Peter? Of course. I actually know this place pretty well. Most generous offer, Mr. Rose. I must confess that though my companion and I arrived but a short time ago, we've seen colors and patterns so many and wondrous that we... Wrong voice again. A generous offer, Master Rose. I must confess that though my companion and I arrived but a short time ago, we have seen colors and patterns so many and wondrous that we all still feel in a measure overwhelmed by it all. One thing, however, is certain. This land does not lack for visual stimulation. It is as the young master says. I'm particularly taken by the dress of the dancing girls, and the manner in which it served to bring out the feminine grace of the movements. Ahem. I must agree, though it does seem to expose the skin more than we are accustomed to seeing. No doubt this is in large part due to the warmer climes. In my homeland of Hagashani, we have a saying, a clouded moon blossoms in the rain. To put it in your tongue, one might say beauty obscured is all the more beautiful. In dress as well, modesty is the highest of virtues. I fear the garments we've seen may be a bit too bold for my countrymen. Yes, well, in introducing new fashions to a new land, one must not be remiss, not to consider matters of culture and climate alike. To that end, mayhap the more conservative garb of Ishgard might be a more suitable starting point. Ishgard? Though I've never traveled there myself, the tales I've heard say that snow and ice cover the lands at all seasons. I could only imagine the silks of such a nation could not overexpose the flesh. Without seeing them with my own eyes, of course, there's little speculation. Funny you should say that, my friend. There's a ball to be held at the palace not bells from now, and a delegation from the Holy See is scheduled to attend. What better opportunity to see the finest fashions our neighbors have to the north? A chance to witness Ishgarian attire firsthand, right here in Eldar. Well, that's the most fortunate timing indeed. If it would not be too much of a burden, my companion and I would like nothing more than to take you up on your most kind offer. Say no more. It would be Peter's pleasure. He'd also be happy to share with you his wealth of knowledge of Ishgardian aesthetics, wouldn't you, Peter? Well, of course. Told you the best we had. If you're looking to get the best view of the procession, the Royal Promenade would be just the spot. And I suggest you hurry along. There'll be no shortage of would-be spectators, I imagine. Well, thank you both for your kindness. Master Krolinsk, my companion, and I will await you at this Royal Promenade. You hear that, Peter? In case the gravity of the moment has been lost on you, we stand on the verge of a potentially historic moment in the guild history. Should Master Kami take a liking to us, Uldan Fabrics will find a new audience across the Ruby Sea, and in turn, we'll be able to bring the exotic fashion of the East to the Saltnet. No, to all of Eorzea. Not that it's inspired, since I can't even remember when. I must return to the guild and put the designs in my head to parchment at once. Now hurry to the client's site, Peter. I'm counting on you. Of course, whatever. Well, Hastings Strip it is. Oh, Master Krolinsk, you've come at the perfect time. Are these two gentlemen not part of the Ishgardian delegation? I say, how could anyone abide this infernal heat? If they had the courtesy to inform me in advance, I would have worn something that breathed a bit more. Oh, I have had the mind to go change into something more comfortable. Goodness, did you see the snow outside? It was wet. Wet, I tell you. My lord, it may be so well to remind you, it is for the very purpose of displaying this attire that House Hallinard designed to participate in these festivities. Lord Toriel would not approve if you were to. Yes, I'm not daft, Hadowar. Go against brother's wishes, the fury forbid. Now, whatever's keeping my lady? After all, it is for her and her alone that I human brother's request. Do not say a word. Oh, yes. Our lady, as ever I find myself without the words to convey properly the elegance of mine eyes, before mine eyes. Truly, you are a rose among the weeds, your beauty blossoming, even in this God-forsaken desert. But I forget my manners. Might I, Melian de Fortemps, have the honor of escorting you to the ballroom? Only you could show such poise in the battlefield. Did you say something, my lady? You seem pensive somehow. Mayhap you're feeling less than confident about your dancing abilities. Worry not. I shall take the lead, and you need but follow. Do take heart, Lady Leninat. I can say with some confidence that the dancers may have the one discipline which Lord Dominian's actual ability measures up to his words. Oh, this was supposed to comfort me. At least on the battlefield I could hold my own against this. Ignominy of it all. There you go. There is the pride of Ishgard. You know, lots of people dress worse than that. Also, those are the garments favored by the Ishgardians. Indeed, they exude a reserved taste for elegance. That's doubtless a reflection of the long history of traditions of this nation. I keep wanting to go to British. For those are the garments favored by the Ishgard. Indeed, they exude a reserved, tasteful elegance. There's doubtless a reflection of the long history and traditions of this nation, both similar and different from our own. Clad in such robes, any man or woman would surely look as if they're born into nobility. The garment worn by the redhead girl was most exquisite indeed. Keep going British. The garment worn by the redhead girl was most exquisite indeed. Pray tell whatever might it be called. Oh yeah, that's the clothes. A bustle, you say? The word is unfamiliar to me. Still, I could scarce take my eyes off of it. What I would not give for one of my very own. Oh, then I suppose we must move forward with the proposed arrangement. Let us return to the guild at once and settle the details with Master Rose. Master Crowland, your guidance and company both have been most appreciated. I trust we'll be seeing more of each other in the days to come. Until then. The young master tells me your heroes traveled this realm far and wide. Is that true? Yes? Oh, I can only imagine the gorgeous robes and gowns your eyes have seen. Yeah, I've seen one or two. The young master also tells me you're a talented weaver in your own right, who has fashioned no end of wonders. Might that one day I might clad this humble body on one of your creations, but I forget myself. Until we meet again, friend. All right, let's go to Redland Rose then. The voices, they're creeping in everywhere. One person's voice bleeds over into another. Dumpster fires. I love people's names. I knew I'd be counting you, Peter. Allow me to announce the momentous news. Our guild has entered into an exclusive trade partnership with the Tenya of Kugani. Master Krolinsk, thanks in no small part to your most generous guidance at the promenade, I am pleased to say the negotiations went most smoothly. Our esteemed guest and his companion are both most taken with your aesthetic sensitivities. Is that not so, Mr. Calais? It is indeed. Master Rose spoke quite passionately about the many wonders you've wrought for your clients. I can scarcely wait to entrust you with a commission of my own. Though the journey was a long one, it would be my honor to welcome you to Kugani one day, would it not, young master? It most certainly would be. And with that, we had best be on our way home. Master Rose, Master Krolins, we look forward to a long and fruitful partnership. Well done, Peter. Yes, I do believe this marks the start of a new era for our guild. Mind you, this means that we, and by we I mean primarily you, must work harder than ever. Your wares will be the face of our guild in a whole new land, after all, and we simply must make a good impression. Sure. Quest complete. New requests will be available from Redline Rose upon reaching level 63. Requirements undertaking subsequent quests will be reviewed in your journal. Why, look, I'm at level 63. Redline Rose's eyes are gleaming with excitement as you approach. Ah, Peter, you must see the shipments of silks that just arrived from our new friends from across the Ruby Sea. Simply exquisite, if I do say so myself. I can scarcely wait to see what wonders our weavers might work with them. But before that, there's a more important task at hand. The package also contained a letter from Datenia, personally requesting your presence in Kugani to oversee a series of commissions that, in Master Kreme's own words, could forever shape the fashion trends of our nation. A rather unusual request, but one that speaks of the importance of the client, and Master Kreme's own uncompromising devotion to the quality of his wares. You can see no reason to refuse. And well, needless to say, entail a long and wearying journey, but you wouldn't think of turning down an opportunity to study the fashions of the Far East and to curry favor with valuable business partners in the process, would you? Of course you wouldn't. I look forward to seeing what wonders you might work with your needle the next time we meet. Godspeed, and do convey my regards to Master Kreme. Alright, we're not there yet. We'll get back to that later. To Camp Tranquil. Let's get the next one going, shall we? Time for some white mage business. Well, I'd give my palm and tail to stand before the illustrious Ottawa Kant, and yet now I stand before you, which I've heard from Rio is the next best thing, Kupo. Rio seemed unsurprised to see you. I thought you might come, Pit of the White. You sensed it, yes? The agitation of the elements. I suggest you present yourself to Brother Isunayan at Stillglade Fane. He will no doubt welcome your assistance in identifying the origin of this disturbance. All right. Tell me what is up. Goodness, it seems to be snowing everywhere. Pieta, how fortuitous. Our sister Rayo Senna directed you to the guild. Glad I am that she did. As I am sure you felt yourself, the elementals are in an uproar. And whilst I was soon to depart on my investigation, the forest disquiet appears to stem from lands which cannot be approached in blind haste. I speak of the East End, or the very edge of the Twelfthwood. Long has this border betwixt Gir Albania and our nation been held by the forces of the Galilean Empire. The Alliance did recently take control of Balsair's Wall, and thus commands the fortification of East End, but the stability of the region is yet tenuous at best. 'Twould be a far more certain venture were to have you at my side. Are you willing to make the journey? Of course. Then we need not delay further. Let's make our preparations and begin our trek to Camp 9 Ives. Ives? Or whatever. Well, here we go. East Shroud it is. Thank you again for coming, Peter. I arrived some moments earlier and bent my ear to the forest whispering, although here it might better be described as keening. There is no doubt we are near the source, and I'm also certain we're not alone. Come out, you cannot hide your presence from me. Oh, Sylphie. I remember you. I should have known that you'd sense me. Your early failures to attend lessons gave me ample practice at finding those who did not wish to be found. Now, if I am to assume that you have been brought here by the plight of the elementals... Yes, Guildmaster. I'm sorry for leaving without permission, but I just had to know what was causing all this commotion. You will return to Stillglade Fane and leave this investigation to Pieter and me. Such is the danger inherent in this task that even I felt compelled to request assistance. Please, Guildmaster, let me help. Never have I heard the voices of the elementals so clearly before. They want to tell me something. I just know it. And it is that very something that I, as Guildmaster, am charged to discover. You, as an acolyte, are neglecting your duties back at the guild. How could I ignore their pleas? I feel their unease, like chains tightening around my chest. Isn't it my duty as a conjurer to protect the forest? Their unease? You truly sense this emotion from the river of their serrations. And you truly wish to return the forest to tranquility? I swear by the matron herself. I only want to put into practice the lessons you've taught me. A noble purpose. But if I were to permit this, you must promise to weigh the consequences of your actions before you commit to them. I would not see a repeat of previous incidents. Then I can come? I promise I'll be careful, and I'll be sure to ask for Pieter's help at the moment I need it. See that you do. Now, it is past time we brave the borderlands of Gir Albania. We can travel as far as Ermax's spire, and then a serpent officer will guide us through the ruins of the castrum from there. Why am I being roped into this? It's my responsibility to keep a child alive? I don't like where this is going. The closer we are to the east end, the more certain I am we are moving in the right direction. The precise location of the disturbance yet eludes me, however. Even for the elementals themselves, I sense only confusion. I fear there's naught for it but to conduct a more conventional search. I'll head southeast. Sylphie, see what might be found directly south. Southwest is yours, Pieter. We're going to let the kid wander off alone by herself? With these monsters? I mean, okay, but dang. What I didn't know when I was a child. That's all I'm saying. Seriously? If you insist on dying, I can help. Alright, what's around here? Doesn't look like there's much. I have Gigi. Ah. What are you doing? Come here this instant. Pieter, what befalls? I sense a surge of panic coming from this direction. Whatever it was, I feel nothing now. Did you see anything? There's a little girl and a hunter, like, not hunting her, just helping her, I guess? I don't know. A child out here? By your description, the mother may be the hunter, and I'm curious as to her choice of hunting ground. We should never let any children wander here. Right, Sylphie? Could it be that their fear was the elementals... Could it be their fear was what has the elementals so upset? In any case, it seems the answer to that is run off into the brush. Let's return to Castrum Oriens for the present and learn more of East End's inhabitants. Blah. So used to flying when I can't, I'm just like bumping into everything. This gentleman is an officer stationed at the castrum. Mayhap he will know more about the mother and child you spotted. So tell me all about what's going on. And you believe these folk were living in the forest? I was under the impression the East End settlement was empty. We suspect a connection to whatever's disturbing the harmony of the Twelfthwood. Might you spare some few soldiers to investigate the possibility? Well, ordinarily, I'd be overjoyed to aid in your investigation, but I fear our duties at the border demand our full attention. My most sincere apologies, Master Cajon. How inconvenient. This matter's far from resolved, yet I've already been overlong in returning to Stillglade Fane. Let me handle it, Guildmaster. You would have me entrust this task to an acolyte? You've matured much in the art, it is true, but I can hardly. The elementals are suffering. Someone has to help them, and I'm sure Pieter could lend a hand if I needed it. What say you, Pieter? I'd only intended to involve you in this initial foray, but might I ask you to see the matter through to its conclusion? Sure. My thanks. I foresee hardships ahead, but also an opportunity for new discoveries. Pray look in on Sylphie's progress even as you continue your own studies. Yep, you got it. As for you, Sylphie, I expect you to make regular reports on your findings. May the matron watch over you both. Quest complete. When the quest available from Sylphie upon reaching level 63. Requirements for undertaking subsequent quests can be reviewed in your journal. Sylphie seems eager to speak with you.
Oh, hello, Pieta. It's nice of you to worry, but I've been perfectly safe. I asked the soldiers at the wall if I could accompany them on their patrols instead of wandering about on my own. More than a few times I thought I sensed something, the briefest of flickers, but the scouts had their mission and I couldn't risk getting separated from them to confirm my suspicions. I need to check one area in particular, some distance away from the patrol route. Do you think you could come with me? Here, I'll mark the spot on your map. This is totally the wrong voice. I'm so sorry. I need to check one area in particular, some distance away from the patrol route. Do you think you could come with me? Here, I'll mark the spot on your map. We can meet there when you're ready.
Let's go. This area is just unusually dark. No, it is nighttime. That's actually not so unusual. And also it's cloudy. What I meant to say is, I'm an idiot. Oh well. Look for the bear. An aura for trouble. Hi, Kit Kat. This is the place. Strange child.
Do you feel that? The source must be nearby. Huh. And you're sure it's the same child? I don't know what's going on here, but her aura is blinding. Come on, we have to follow her.
Sure.
I confess, I also don't know what's going on.
Oh, hey, I'm in Stormblood. Yes, I am. I'm loving it. I'll have to change my notification for going live now that I'm in Stormblood. The new notification will be something along the lines of, there's no way this could possibly be better than Heavensward. Or something to that effect. Like a starved shuck. Oh, shuck! Music is pretty good, not gonna lie. You get some shut-eye, but glad you made it to your objective. Yes! Success! Thank you for the celebration. Hope you get some good rest.
Stay away from me. Mama, where are you? Oh, you poor thing, you must be terrified. Don't worry, we'll get you back to your mother. I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Mama says they'll take me and lock me in a cage. Is that what she says? Well, I'm Sylphie and this is Peter. Now you know our names. Why don't you tell us yours? Then we won't be strangers anymore, right? My name is Gaddy. You don't feel icky like the bad things. Well, I hope that means we can be friends. Come on, Gaddy. Let's go and find your mother. Do you know the way home? I don't have any friends. We live in the forest, just Mama and me. Were you hurt when those creatures attacked? Here, let me see. And I'll mend it in no time. Watch, a conjurer like me can heal all sorts of wounds. A conjurer? No, don't touch me.
There's that surge again. This time's far more powerful. Gaddy, we have to leave. Poof. Well, she's gone. Did you see where she went? Nope. I turned my back just like you. No, but we barely took our eyes off of her. How'd she manage to vanish so quickly? Maybe she learned that trick from a Moogle. I've seen them vanish pretty quick. Oh, well, Moogles certainly are good at disappearing, but I've never heard of them teaching the secret to anyone else. The surge of power is gone as well. I don't think it's a coincidence it faded as soon as Gaddy left. Whenever she panics, I feel her aura just kind of expand. And I think the Void sense it too. Later, these 3 afternoons of listening to Hira Noline's lectures, that the presence of those fiends is what's upsetting the elementals. Right then, it's time we return to Gridania and report our findings to the Guildmaster. Alright. Strange child, that's rude. 658 yards to the north. Yep, we're going back home. We're not going to mess with that. An aura for trouble. I love you too, Smokey. He's just so freaking into this. Like, I'm playing a game, but from his perspective, I'm here just to hang out with him. I'm being very rude by not hanging out enough. He needs more attention, dang it. Isn't that right, Smokey? He's like, darn tootin'. I've heard Sylphie's report, and you both are to be commended for pursuing this investigation in so dangerous an area. Judging by your description of Gaddy's unusually potent aura, I'm inclined to agree with the theory that it is her energies that are attracting the Void Scent. If, as you suspect, the child lives alone with her mother, then it seems unlikely she's been trained to control her power. Fear, panic, anger, any strong emotion might cause her ether to flare dramatically. To the ravenous creatures of the void, the scent of such outbursts would be the sweetest of nectar. So if Gaddy were to learn control, the problem would be solved, wouldn't it? We have assumed much, but no little. Without understanding the exact nature of the girl's gifts, I hesitate to propose a solution. She said she lived in the forest. I'll head out with the serpent patrols again and see if we can't find her house. A fine idea. Pieter, pray continue lending Sylphie any support she might require. Come on, let's head back to Castrum Oriens. We can talk about what to do next. Oh my gosh, Kitty. You are so demanding for love. Yes, I know. He reaches out and claws at my leg. Give me that love. I know. I'm just neglecting you horribly, aren't I? The Guildmaster's right. We need to learn more about Gaddy herself. I mean, how can a little girl like her have that kind of power that attracts Void Scent? Well, first things first. We need to find out where she lives. Then hopefully she and her mother will be willing to talk to us. Do you think we'll be facing more fiends before this is over? I should probably be practicing my spells. After level 56. Hello, Peter. I thought you might be along soon. I never left. As for Gaddy, I've spotted her more than a few times, but she flees the moment she sees me. One thing I've learned, though, is that wherever the whispers lead, then that's where Gaddy is to be found. And since the forest spirits are particularly agitated today, we should have no trouble tracking her down. Come with me to the place we lost her the last time. We can start our search from there. That's the wrong button.
we have another etheric disturbance down here. That current. That's what it's called. $850 yalms to the east. Well, I'm not going to do much with that. You just saw something? On your way out? What did you see? This finally got approved. Oh! You have a new emote. Very nice. Congrats on the new emote. Just go to the new location and another new location. Excellent. Alright, let's take out these skimmers. Please, I have to concentrate on the whispers. It's a little difficult to hear them with someone gabbing in my ear. Why don't you take a look around or something? All right, fine. It's terribly faint, but I sense a thread of unease leading away from here. Come on, it's this way. Smokey is just very insistent that he needs attention and love right now. When you're around, I find I can hear the voices of the elementals more clearly. I suppose it's easier than the tranquil. It's easier to be tranquil when you have a veteran white mage at your side. Let's move on, shall we? Seems to be foggy around here. Much more interesting fog to it, too. The Serpent Scouts don't often venture into this area. I suppose there aren't a lot of Imperial troops wandering around in the muck. Did you see her? I think that might be Caddy's mother. Come on, let's go. That is the way. All right. Careful, Peter. She seems awfully angry for some reason. I know why you're here, and you will not have her. Now, unless you want Sprout feathers, it's time for you to leave. You're Caddy's mother, aren't you? We're not here to take her away. We're here to help her. I'll not fall for your lies, conjurer. Get away from us. Not now. Are you having a heart attack or something? Mama? No, Gaddy, they'll see you. I'm fine. It's just one of my turns. Turns? She's turning into a werewolf? What's going on? Gaddy, you're a Pajal? Mama, no, you can't. Something really bad is about to happen. Oh, the ether, it's overwhelming. Void's in time. And the Voids that have come to feed. We can't let them hurt her. Take care of the mother. You take care of her so they don't strike her down. Floodgate is open. The crack's opening right into the void. There's the barricade. Let's look at that big rift, Peter. Watch yourself. No! We can do this. The floodgate is open. Look at that big rip. Watch yourself, Peter. Look for that big rift. Watch yourself, Peter. Alright, I give up. We're doing this easy. The other option is go buy better equipment, and I'm not doing that right now. Energy seems spent. We're in the clear now. Gaddy's fine, just exhausted from expelling too much ether. She'll wake up after she's had a chance to rest. Speaking of which, you should be resting too. Your heart's in bad shape. Isn't it? I managed to calm the attack, but the condition itself is beyond my art to heal. It grows worse by the day. I'm grateful for all you've done today, Conjurer, but naught has changed. My daughter stays with me, and please just leave us. Listen to me, we did not come to whisk away your child. If we'd wanted to, we could have taken her while you lay senseless. We came to learn what was upsetting the elementals, and what could be done to ease their disquiet. It seems the answer lies in stopping the Void Sin from coming after Gaddy. Can you truly stop these monsters from hurting her? The worse my illness becomes, the more often they come sniffing about. Creatures of nightmare they are, with their greedy eyes and their grasping claws. We will help you in any way we can. I'm Sylphie, and this is Pieter. Please, tell us more about Gaddy and these monsters. No, your Galilean charlatans are not to be trusted. You saved us this time, it's true, but if you don't go now, the whisper of my bow will be the last thing you'll ever hear. Wait, I'm begging you. You promised not to say a thing to the guild. We swear to the matron herself. Right, Pieter? The conjurers I've met before were arrogant, condescending. You, on the other hand, seem far more sincere. I will take it at your word for now. My name is Sanche. It was 12 years ago that I fled Gridania with my infant child. She was born a Pajal,
then you know what that means. She was chosen by fate, destined to convey the elemental's will to the people of Gridania. I, the conjurers, would have snatched her away from my arms and taught her to be the servant of the foreign spirits. By Gridanian law, they were well within their rights to do so. But my husband was dead, and Gaddy was all I had left. I could not bear to let her go, and so I fled. I can hardly imagine how hard that must have been. Living out here in the wilds, raising a child all by yourself. And while I can understand the choice you made, Gaddy's lack of control over her Pajali power is putting you both in danger. Aether bleeds from her in a torrent whenever she's upset or afraid, drawing in the void scent again and again. I hate to say this, but there will come a day when you won't be able to stop them. Is there naught that can be done? We just want to live in peace. Here's an idea. I'll come with you and teach Gaddy how to control her Aether. That way I'll continue her treatment and continue your treatment and solve this problem with the Void Scent at the same time. All without telling the Conjurers Guild, of course. It's a terrible idea. Hello again, Gaddy. I used my conjury to help your mother feel better. Would you like to learn some magic too? Really? Mm-hmm. You know magic that can help Mama? Please teach me. Thank you. This means so much to us. We can talk more inside the house. I'll walk them inside and then return to Castrum Oriens. I'll see you back there, Piotr. It sure seems like it's going to cause problems. I'm so glad she made me promise stuff against my will. It's a lot less dark over here. Did the sun just turn out? Who even knows? Look for the bear. Another bear. Well, you beat me back here, and I was rushing as fast as I could on my steed. I'm sorry, I sort of took matters in my own hands there. I know it's a lot to ask. Would you please keep this secret from the Guildmaster for the time being? We really should consult Brother Isumiyan. If we do that, the Guild will take Getty away from her mother. And we've seen what happens when the girl gets upset. And besides, Sanche may not belong for this world. Gaddy should spend as much time with her as possible. I remember what it was like to lose a loved one. Please don't think emotion swayed my better judgment. I've thought this through and I understand it won't be easy, and that's why I need your help. Sophie seems distressed. Oh, Peter, am I glad to see you. I'm at my wit's end. Every day I've worked conjury upon Sanche, and she's drinking a potent herbal elixir I delivered from Gridania, but still her condition worsens. And watching her mother's health decline is not helping Gaddy to master her magics. Voidson's been drawing by her untamed Aether a few times now. I've just barely managed to fight them off. I've reached my limits, to be perfectly honest, and I think Gaddy would benefit from your calming presence. Will you come back with me to the cabin?
They'll say we should bring that one guy in, but whatever. She went her way to save her mother, or something else ridiculous like that. Colin. More misty around here. It is definitely darker in this area. Percival. Dim world. There you go. Brother Sumiyan has found us out, Peter. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Did I not make myself sufficiently clear, Sylphie? My permission was contingent upon you promise to restrain from rash and thoughtless action. Yes, Guildmaster, and I have done my best to fulfill that promise. I swear I gave this matter a great deal of thought before deciding it was the best way for everyone. I will not doubt your sincerity, Acolyte, but imagine my surprise when I was informed of your request for an advanced elixir. No mention of such was included in your reports, and thus did I come to investigate. And now I find you concealing the presence of a Pajal. Even from a distance, the nature of Gadi's aura was unmistakable. A Pajali child without guidance is an exceedingly dangerous thing, Sylphie. You know this. Her aether, wild and radiant, will grow ever, even as she does, and soon she too shall know the powers of fiends, will gather to feed upon it. Should Gadi draw the attention of the greater voice, the entire region would suffer from its depredations. I've seen what happens. The worst episodes are when she's overcome by fear for her mother's health. That's why I judged it safer to keep them together. Oh, Sylphie, I'd almost forgotten that stubborn streak of yours, but I do recognize the responsibility of this situation falls not upon your shoulders alone. Twas my failing as Guildmaster to have overlooked the birth of a Pajali in the first place. Will you take Gertie back to Silkley Fell now? Such was my intention. I followed the whispers through the forest, yet by the time I arrived here, the house already lay empty. They may have mocked my approach. You mean they're not here? Sanchi wouldn't walk around without her... Sanchi should not be walking around in her condition. Her heart is too weak for that kind of exertion. Then we must not waste time in tracking them down. And not only for Sanchi's well-being, Gaddy's concern for her mother could consume her at any moment. Do you know where they might have gone? If they meant to avoid us, then heading north to cross the shallows of the Vedovia River would be the only choice. We should hurry. Though. Let's go back the direction we just came from. We've left Dim World because it's suddenly brighter.
One suspects a dim world is something very, very bad. We just haven't happened upon it yet. It's fine, just ignore the mountain grizzly. It's fine. I mean, according to Lewis and Clark, a charge from a grizzly bear is an absolutely terrifying experience. That they are much faster than their bulk would indicate. Oh, that's even worse. They're halfway across the river. Peter, thank the gods. I've had one of my turns, just a mild one, and Getty began to panic. We tried to run, but the void set. Alright, kid. Peter, you're here. There were strange whispers coming from everywhere around the house, and I got scared, and so we ran away.
You must be Gaddy. Those whispers you heard were the voices of the elementals. You need not fear them, though it was wide to hear their warning. Your brother Isuniyan. What do you want with us? It is clear you're well aware of my purpose here, and I understand that you're disinclined to trust the words of a conjurer. But pray believe me when I say neither Sylphie nor Peter betrayed their promise to you. Simply put, Gaddy's aether has grown too strong to be concealed. I suggest we return to the house and discuss how best to resolve this quandary, a solution to which we might all agree. It's all right, Mama. The angry whispers are quiet now. You can go home. If Gaddy says it's all right, I suppose you should go. All right, we travel all the way back. Yep, I gotta schlep all the way back. That wasn't good. Glad I survived. Exploring Corby. Antlions all over. The Dim World. Recipient one. And this seems like a bad place, honestly.
Can't help but wonder if it's because of the kid. From what Gaddy and her mother told me, the girl has received no formal guidance on how to control her ether. Gaddy's Pajali instincts allow her to suppress her aura when calm, but that will become increasingly difficult as her power grows with age. Eventually, even the briefest onslaught of emotion, a surge of anger, a whisper of fear, will be enough to shatter her control. That's why I thought it best to teach Gaddy here at home. Unlike other Pajali, she's lived her whole life with her mother. Taking her away from Sanche now would be disastrous. I know only too well the effect such a separation can have on a child. You agree with me, don't you, Peter? Or do you think we should follow the letter of Gridania's law? We should leave the decision to Brother Sulian, actually. He knows better than we do. Then I should choose what is best for the Twelveswood, and in this case I find myself siding with Sylphie. Gaddy's upbringing is an extremely rare case among the Pajal. It seems that it may indeed be the lesser risk to allow the child to remain with her mother. Then does that mean... However, if we are to avoid an escalation of these attacks, I must insist Gaddy learn the intricacies of her power under the official supervision of the Conjurers Guild. Acolyte Sylphie, I hereby assign you the duty of overseeing Pajal Gaddy's formal education at this abode. Your status as a member of the guild should satisfy the demands of law and custom. And be sure to thank Pieter for his assistance. I would not have permitted this breach of tradition were you not accompanied by a white mage of such high standing. I won't let you down, Guildmaster, or the Conjurers Guild. Pray understand that this ruling comes with a caveat. If Gaddy does not show marked improvement within the time period I dictate, I shall be forced to relocate her to Stillblade Fane. Thank you, Brother Isumi. This means so much to us. Gaddy, I see you are a kind child who cares deeply for her mother, yet you must not lose yourself in another's life. Look within and master the magics which infuse you. Show you are capable of controlling your own destiny, and make your mother proud. I will. I'll do anything to make Mama happy. And I don't want to disappoint Sylphie or Pieter either. Very well. I will return to Gridania immediately and prepare an education manual for Sylphie. I see the Guildmaster on his way. If you need me, I'll be waiting outside. I'm so glad that Sanche and Gaddy still live together. Thank you, Peter. Things might have gone very differently if you hadn't been around to help. Still, we can make sure that Gaddy learns to control her Aether before too long. You can only expect so much leniency from Brother Isumi. I say we keep working away at our own studies as much as we can, and give Gaddy a good example to follow. Next is level 70. Wind, fire, lightning, ice, earth, water. Wind and ice are what we have left. Sea of Clouds and Corthus Western Highlands. If you happen to be around, you can join me. So Sea of Clouds and the Western Highlands. So really the first two areas. About 15 minutes, so I'm trying not to do anything that's too in-depth. Make the saddle a little less one-sided here.
crystal. Okay. So over here next. Oh man, he bogs. They're all so aggressive. Like they think I'm keeping a lamp from them. Strong as a moth to a flame, if you will. And we still haven't picked it up. Wind crystals is what I still need.
Obviously, no one would argue that we should go fast. At least we could drain a man dry in a couple of moments. No, that's another thing altogether. Oh no, I've got the dropsies. Still haven't picked up our crystal yet. Do Pulitzer. We get the Pulitzer Prize. Yeah, I know. Keep the straight. Dang it. Check the wrong one. claw. The little one learned how to do wings on it. Impressive. Ends of crawling. This one could be the last one. Maybe we'll get to a crystal and we can go. Nope. Still lacking wind crystals. Yep. The Nidifice. Taco. What? Taco Tuesday. Unfortunately, we take the fight with some answers while we're here. Cian? For Cian Saran. For Cian Saran. Whatever. Will be. There's the next to last. It's the last nest right here. One turned over the Cloudkin's nest. This strange giant nest would not upset a giant creature to call the nest home. The Aterma would like to have a word with you. One turned over the Cloudkin's nest. Well, I'm really struggling to get this wind crystal after first try on a whole bunch of the others. I don't want to quit till I get it because I'll forget that this is what I was doing. I am 100% certain I will forget this is what I was doing.
All right. I think that's a good place to stop, actually. We'll go to Ralga's Reach, and we'll attune and make that our cheap trip. And we'll stop here. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day.